city sleeps, but I'm wide awake. Clock keeps laughing at my fate. Streetlights flicker on my skin. Empty bottle crawling sin. Walls are closing, breath turns cold. Memories bite too sharp to hold. Whispers crawling up my spine. Counting scars that aren't mine. After midnight, monsters crawl, screaming, silence fills the walls. Shadows twisting in my head. Wish the darkness left me dead. After midnight, eyes go red. Broken voices in my bed.
Alright, I'm back. Let's try this shit again. Just seems like every time I try and do something to diversify or make it better, it does nothing but collapse on me. And I'm just getting really tired of it. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything stupid. I'm not screwing around with the programming language or anything like that. I just want to click play and go. And I can't do that, it feels like. Let me know if this is working on everything. It seems like it is. Yeah, I'm there. Just checking and making sure everything else is working. You got Twitch, we got Kick. Let's see, YouTube. There should only be one stream on YouTube this time, not two, because somehow OBS doubled up my canvas for YouTube, so I had two streams going. Yep, there's one now. Okay. Turned one off. Okay, so it looks like we're live on everything, and we should be working properly. If anyone sees anything weird, let me know. We'll keep going. Hey, Fenrir, thank you for the test on that. I can see you. The only thing is, nothing is showing up in the chat window on stream, so that's there so all of you can see what other people are typing. It's not... It should be relaying from Twitch. It's not. It should be relaying from all three stations. It's not. We set it up and tested it. It worked. Come the day of, it doesn't work. Isn't that typical? So, and to me, it's just frustrating because it feels like I can't. It feels like I can't do anything right to me, and it's a real, just kick in the nuts sometimes. I'm not stupid, you know. I know how to click checkboxes on a fucking computer to do this kind of crap. And yet it feels like I can't. And then I have to ask people for help in this regard, and it's simple shit that I shouldn't need to do that with, you know? I can see you on Twitch too. No, I made sure the stream was actually broadcasting on all three, so... Yeah, see how it showed up for Twitch in the window there? It should be doing the same for YouTube and Kick, and it's not. Aries and I went over it the other night and made sure that it did, and it was at that time. And now it's not, which really, it makes me angry, because it's one thing that we've been fighting to make work. We got it to work, and now it's not working again. Gotcha. No, I've been having issues just being alive right now. Alright, so what we've got is the Grand Scale Gourai. Just to give you an idea, the size difference. Here's an original. Okay. Here's just the faceplate of the new one. Ooh, yeah. when it comes to streaming stuff, I always insist on a direct wired connection. So we're gonna go with at least construction today, and then might start on paint. I want to see how this one breaks down compared to the original. I was able to take that one back apart, paint all the pieces and sub-assemblies. So we'll see here. We'll go with that faceplate for now. I just don't like it when... Oh, I saw your messages before, Leo, and I just... Yeah, I had to disconnect, you know? But we've also added Kick. I don't know if alerts are working on that. Here, let me go... I'm probably gonna piss off Twitch right now by doing this, but yeah, so we got a test from Fenrir on here, but we're gonna go on Twitch, go to my channel there, and I'm gonna give you guys a link to Kick as well. So if you guys want to go there, go to the dashboard. Okay, my stream just ended on Kick for some reason. Why did it do that? Or at least it's showing me that it's over. Did OBS just crash? No, it's fine. Is the stream still live on Kick, or... Okay, now it's saying live. I'm just trying to look up my creator dashboard, and it's going nuts on me. Okay, so it's there. We got 4 followers on there. Now it's saying I'm offline again. Should I just give up at this point? Yeah. I'm just trying to broaden things out and get things working. Is it a connection issue? Is it Kick side? I mean, what the fuck is it? Because I'm really getting sick of this. Now it's active again. You just have to hit refresh. So what's this doing to Studio VODs? Yeah, it's just shitting out VODs now because it's popping every 5 minutes. This is the kind of stuff I mean. I can't just have something work well. It always has to do this to me. I know other people have issues. See, it's fucked again. Now it's live again. I don't know. How is it on the others? On like... no, it looks like... I shouldn't have to do an hour of testing before I can even begin the subject of my stream. This is what royally just gets my anger up. And I'm tired of being angry. I'm not gonna lie, it's been happening a lot lately. It feels like... Oh, fuck. I don't know who this is. We're just banning it. I don't care if it's a kick bot or what. I'm just banning it. I don't want shit like that. anyone who wants to collab to possibly advance your stream. Now we gotta go through that. No, I get you, Fenrir. I just don't have the time right now. I've got the days off. I don't have the time. I'm going to be using 4 more days off here in August because the wife's going out of town for a birth and christening. I guess today is just test day. I don't think it's my machine. I think it's a connection / kick side problem. Because OBS is not showing any difficulties. But Kick appears to be in constant refresh. Yeah, there it goes again. Yeah, it seems to be like constant buffer and all that crap. I'm gonna waste half my damn time. Okay, it says it's current right now. It's got 14 views. I don't know how many viewers. Yeah. Which, yeah, like I said, I don't know. It could be an OBS / Twitch / Kick issue. I'm just trying to figure it out, man, is all. Yeah, it hasn't added an extra VOD, which means it hasn't dropped out. Okay, we're saying live on the others. Yeah, fuck Kick for right now. I'm trying to broaden things out. I'm trying to just get things set up so... Because to be honest, Twitch ain't looking too healthy. Between their management and some of the people they're allowing on the channel, nah, they ain't looking too healthy. They're either going to be shut down or abandoned in the near future if they keep going this route. The only reason I'm on here is because it works. If I had my choice, I would leave the channel that allows... and this is why I don't allow politics, for one. It allows people with the sentiment that they wish all veterans get PTSD to remain on the channel. Yet somebody criticizes that same person for something small and they get banned. Right? I personally don't want to be a part of that community. But it's the only thing that's working properly right now, so I've got to be on it. That's why I want YouTube to kick over so much, because one, it's a better return for everybody involved. Once memberships unlock, that's the same as a sub on Twitch. More of the money... No thank you, Victoria. I'm not new to this. No. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna turn off Kick for right now until we get things working. Kick's turned off. But anyway, the reason I want to get off of Twitch eventually is because I don't like the environment they have fostered. They had that big thing about their trust and safety committee back during COVID, right? Now, I don't trust them, and I don't feel safe with them, you know? Yeah, Fenrir, you're good on YouTube. YouTube's been working fine. That's where Alex is typing from, too. Just getting all the parts unbagged. But it's just very hypocritical when they allow that. Nope, what? Oh, yeah, it's not showing up. That chat window's broken. I can see you in multi-chat, but we're trying to get... We had that chat window working. The last time we tested it, it worked. And now it's not, so I don't know what's happened. I've changed nothing. The only thing I've changed since that chat window was tested is my underwear, okay? Yeah, I know. You were looking for the little lower right corner thing. Alright, and other hands. So the main difference between this kit and this one is this one came with options for the chest piece, and it came with that big ass gun. The Grand Scale doesn't. Oh, and the other kit had non-armored parts for like the legs and the arms. We're also going to turn off Kick Chat. So Kick is totally turned off, chat and stream. No, you're good, Fenrir. I appreciate the help. And I'm sorry for annoying Aries at work. Just lately it feels like I can't touch anything computer-based without it going sideways. For no reason, you know? And I know there's nothing I'm doing wrong. And program-wise, all my settings match, so there's nothing that hardware and software base isn't an issue. That's part of it, Alex. That is part of it. Like, trying to recover Twitch, or not Twitch, Kick. Since I set it up, but I hadn't really used it. That was a 5-hour ordeal. That's why I didn't stream that last day. Because I spent all fucking day, because Kick, since I signed up to it, had switched its two-factor from being something sent via text to something sent via Google Authenticator. Well, guess what? The Google Authenticator for my stream was tied to my old phone. And I couldn't turn it off to install it on my new phone because I couldn't get into my account to turn it off to upload the authenticator to my phone. So I had to go back and forth through their emails to get them to turn off the two-factor authentication on my account so I could log into it and turn it back on my current phone. So you lose your phone, you lose your life. That's bullshit. We should not be living like that. And the fact that we have to do this amount of stuff now to verify we are who we are because of bullshit scammers is disgusting. Sorry for the rant, but my God. Yeah, so I lost a day of streaming because of that. Because I was trying to get all this going, and only to have Kick basically throw an aneurysm. D7. But yeah, that's how easy it is to get kicked out of your own accounts right now, because they rely on things to be identified by certain devices. And I couldn't get my device to be recognized. Let's turn this back up. Because of the way they changed something on the back end. Let's clear up the workspace a hair bit. M3. So instead of actually having more extreme consequences for hackers and for scammers, we just have to have more authentication things, more intrusiveness. I'm not computer illiterate, I just have a low tolerance for bullshit. And right now it's coming to a head, and I don't like it. Like I said, we'll do basic construction on her, and then disassemble what we need to, so we can repaint once it's done. Well, that's just it. Once they turned off the two-factor, which I never turned on when I initially set up Kick, because it didn't exist. It's something that auto-turned on when they added it. Once they turned it off, I got an email one-time prompt, which is how I was able to reactivate my account and then turn on the two-factor authentication, which now, through Google Authenticator, should go to all my devices in the future. Maybe. Why it didn't now, I don't know. Because the email and all that was the same. Hey, Saber Girl. So... But it's the fact that I just showed a flaw in the system, where if somebody updates the back end and you don't use it every single day, it can cause bigger issues. And it's like, yeah, I know I've got my own stuff to deal with, but at the same time, this kind of stuff doesn't help on top of it. So Saber Girl, they're now making giant scale frame arms girls. So the part I'm building right now is this band on the back of her head. No, that's the same thing that Ares said. It's like it should propagate over to my... they aren't cheap. The best thing you can do... Here, I'll put a link in chat. You can find them on eBay readily enough. I got this one shipped from Japan for average sale price in about a week. But the Kotobukiya online store has them. The one I'm waiting for is Stylet, because while this one left out a couple pieces from the smaller kit, Stylet looks like she's going to have... It's basically going to be a big version of her kit. Give me 1 second. And you can pre-order it. But yeah, this is the one I'm waiting for next. I'll throw a link up. But if you want to get this one, I'd just order it through the store here. There's Stylet. Let me get Gourai up. No, not the QP Mini. Did I send Stylet or no? Okay. And then here's Gourai. To me, they're just fun models. Others are being shown as available on eBay. So there's Innocentia, which she's still under pre-order, but she should have been released last month. And then there's also the Architect. Innocentia should be basically an upscale version of her kit. She didn't have a lot of extra parts. Architect is missing her weapons, because they're to keep the cost of the kit in a somewhat affordable range. She won't be out till November. They had to leave some parts out, right? So the only one currently available is Gourai, which is fine. I like the kits. They're fun. Especially for somebody like me who's kind of having a lot of trouble seeing and hand-eye coordination and stuff like that lately, so when my hands are feeling right, I try a scale thing until I can't, and then go back to stuff like this. And at first glance, it looks like just they made the original kit but bigger. That is far from the truth. They've added more. Let me see if I can find an example. So this is the chest piece, right? So that piece there, or the abdomen, it's the same as this piece right through here. On this, I had to paint in all the gray spots. On this one, they're not there. Where are they? Oh, they're all right here as separate pieces that you apply. But because of that, now I have to paint this black in here to have the gray pieces show. So it's a little the same, a little not. So, but that's why I'm building this one, just to see if it's worth getting any of the others in the future. I think a lot of my frustration also comes from there's a lot that's going to be happening in the next year and a half. And I'm done waiting. I don't want to wait. I want to start taking more proactive measures in what we need to do. Problem is, we can't. You know? And it's really frustrating. It's like the worst case of hurry up and wait in the military ever. Because at least with hurry up and wait, during the hurry up phase, you felt you accomplished something. So the wait portion was kind of a reward where you just got to sit back and go, ah. Right now, it's all the wait. And the hurry up is going to be all at one time. So it's a backwards. It's a wait and then hurry up. Where's her little forehead thing for headbutting people? There it is. Turn off the filter here. Now the real question is Kotobukiya going to update their MSG line, their modeling support goods line, with stuff in scale with these? They do make it so you can use 3mm things. So are they going to update that with larger stuff for these kits, or are these going to just be one-offs? And the real question is, when they get to Hresvelger, are they just going to do the swimsuit version of her, or are they going to do the full-on armored version? Missed opportunity if they don't do the armored version. So far, it's not in the forecast that it's even a kit they're going to make. But you know, they have to. There's more variants of her, even compared to Gourai, that if they don't do it, they're making a mistake. And there's actually 3 versions of Hresvelger I haven't got yet. But overall, I'm just tired of feeling like I'm in a perpetual holding pattern. There. Drop. The fit is kind of loose, but that's okay. It actually helps when I have to disassemble it. That's going to be a difficult seam to take care of. It was on the original too. Can this be... Okay, that can that actually works. So I'll be able to glue this together and work on that seam and paint it properly. Yeah, that works. Okay, music stopped because I wasted the better part of that half hour troubleshooting stuff that I can't fix. Let's get something else up. B sprue and the N sprue. Come here. Why does it come with two options for shoulders? What's the difference? What am I looking at here? No physical difference, but these feel like they're made more of a flexible material than the styrene. We're just going to follow the instructions. At least the sprue points are smaller. Makes her a bit easier cleanup. One shoulder. Okay, that's a slightly different design. Is that how it was on the original? Am I frozen up again, or are we still good? Okay, we're still good. Nothing's changed here. No, but overall, there's going to come a point where basically I'm going to not be on Twitch anymore. And it's one of those things, yeah, I could try and contact them, make a stink, and say, look, what's with the double standard here? Other people have already done that, and it's not changed anything. And the only way to really speak to them is to not use them. B7 and B6. Okay, B7s are both the same. I don't remember the shoulder being like this on the original one. And what's weird is before I even knew this kit was coming out, I could have sworn a few months ago I had said something about, you know, wouldn't it be interesting if they did a limited run of these figures in a larger scale? I don't know if I said it on stream or if I was just thinking about it when I was working on one. And I know I seem kind of scatterbrained today. There we go. Okay. B6, I think, is the back piece. It is. But we're supposed to hit 100 again today. I was hoping to do some stuff outside. Don't think I will. The forecast says 96, 97, but it's already 93 at 1 o'clock. Yeah, I really have a feeling that it's busting 100 again. It did yesterday. That in there. Yeah, see, there's a little detail that goes under the arm here to connect the back pieces to the front. That has to be painted in still. I haven't finished Camilla yet. I may do that off stream. Just didn't seem like it was getting very good attention. This probably won't either. None of the frame arm stuff seems to be really popular, at least not with me. Polycap N1. Oh, and this is Tuesday, which has never been a really heavily trafficked day for me anyway. We'll see what Friday brings. It's my next day off. Depending on what Wednesday and Thursday get me, I'd like to try and be on one of those evenings, but as usual, I can't guarantee anything. There's that. And the neck innard for the ball joint here. Well, what would help YouTube take off is we are 20 subscribers away from being able to start. Okay, let's take a quick little pause here. Let me go to my channel on YouTube. I'm not going to show it because it shows things, but if you got a YouTube account, click on your videos and then scroll down to earn. I'm 20 subscribers away from being able to turn on memberships and super chats, which is basically like donations and subs on YouTube. With the memberships, that's like the sub, and super chats are like bits. The cut's higher, but I can't turn that on until I get 500 subscribers. And then I need one of the following. I need either 3,000 valid public watch hours. So over all of my stuff, I need either 3,000 people to watch an hour of content, or a mix therein, or I need 3 million views on my public shorts in 90 days, or 3,000 hours in 365 days. If I break one of those, then it'll allow me to start with memberships or super chats. Until then, no, you're okay. Yeah, until I can meet those requirements after I get 500 subs, I can't do anything on YouTube to allow me to replace Twitch. And even then, I would need the same kind of traffic that I would get on Twitch normally, which I don't even know if that's happening anymore. Like, my last follow on Twitch was 16 days ago. Then 18 before that. But that's just very recently. There was a time when it went a few months with no follows. Actually, follows reduced because I wasn't on as often. And on YouTube, you don't have to do the super chats or the memberships unless you want to. Obviously, I can't make you. Or I make the streams members only. But that's kind of forcing you guys to do it, and I don't want to make it that way. And I know I'm on when I'm on, and what's really going to help that is if I'm on more often. That's the key to everything on this, is the amount of time that you're on, which I get that. It just seems like there's that threshold I've got to break somehow, and it feels like I can't break that threshold. I don't know how to describe it, because I know I can't do anything aside from being on, posting shorts, and just doing what I can to encourage people. I don't want to say make, because that seems rather forceful, right? And I'm not doing it because of some need to change my language. It's just, it hurts my brain sometimes when I'm trying to figure out ways within my means, because I don't have the money for giant giveaways or anything like that, but just things to encourage people to participate. But for right now, until we cross that threshold with YouTube, I am essentially hamstrung by having to use Twitch, which I know a lot of people don't want to contribute on there because the creators don't get as nice of a cut as they do on YouTube or even Kick. And Kick is the other channel I want to grow, but it'll grow quicker on its own like Twitch did because of its lower requirements. Where's the A sprue? A5s. And A4. I don't know if anything of what I said made sense, but that's where it is. We're kind of hamstrung by the fact that I need YouTube and Kick to mature in their exposure and hope that they don't reach some kind of saturation plateau. Huh? You did what? I didn't see an alert. I don't know if it's a delay. I don't know what I'm missing here about it did and some dollars too. I'm lost. You confused the old man. By the way, I probably... Oh, it made sense. Yeah. Probably won't be on because I don't think I'm off that day. Depending on how my schedule is, because I think it's a Saturday. The 19th is my birthday. I may try and do a short little birthday stream. Might not. Yeah. Because Twitch, for the subs, you get a 50-50 split. I don't know about the... Alex, thank you very much for that. I do really appreciate that. But just to give an example, on YouTube... Oh, did I miss another one? And I do appreciate that. Pretty soon I'll probably be doing some giveaways when my shelves start getting too full. It's just I don't know how well those are going to travel. What was I going to do? Oh, YouTube, my videos. Just to give you an idea of the breakdown, right? So, like, I appreciate everybody who subs, right? So a membership on YouTube is like a sub. And say it's $5. On Twitch, I get $2.50. On YouTube, I'd get $3, maybe more, because the split is 70% to the streamer or to the YouTube member. And then you have super chats, which is like kind of like a donation slash bits, because you can I get a cut each time you buy a highlighted chat or animated message on YouTube. So that's kind of like doing bits, where you get the little animated thing. The cut is more toward the content creator than it is the channel provider. So YouTube doesn't get as much as Twitch does. So that's beneficial for both people. As a supporter, you know that more of your earnings are going to the channel, or not more of your earnings, but more of your support is going to the channel. Whereas on Twitch, right now, the only way that I get a more fair cut is through the donations, but even PayPal takes a chunk of that. So, for example, say $40 are donated, I think I get 35 after YouTube takes, or not after YouTube, after PayPal takes their cut. And what I'm trying to do is eliminate as much of the cut as possible. But given that, you know, Twitch is using an archaic redistribution model, and a lot of what I'm seeing coming out of them as far as their responsibilities as a service provider in terms of hosting everything, I honestly don't know how much longer I can willfully tolerate using them. Alright, another example of the parts breakdown to match the artwork a bit more. This neck guard is in 3 pieces, which this size allows. On this, it's 1 piece. They could have done it in 3, but this kit was tooled up 5-6 years ago. It's not a terrible kit at all, but it just shows you a difference in the overall way that the size helps the parts break down. But it's just, and going back onto Twitch and how they're being managed, I think that they're catering toward a community that basically shits on people like myself and other members of my audience, is also possibly a little responsible for the fact why my audience isn't growing as quickly as it could compared to these anti-American individuals that they allow to use their platform. And I don't want to name names because they do tend to go after people who highlight their activities. But I will through private messages if you want. We need J. Alex, thank you again for the tip.
Just get me 7DK, tipped $20. Those nerf hurters. Love this time with you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Nerf Herder would be an apt description. More like a Tusken Raider. How's that? So far, I'm pleased with this kit. The larger size does make it feel a bit more toy-like, like more like you're building an action figure than a model. But we'll see what I can do with paint. Like on this one, I didn't go too far with it because I wanted to keep kind of that World War II pinup feel. Dim the light a bit. But I went in and did a little chipping on the lower feet area. You know, everything on this is painted. But on the larger one, I might be able to go in and do just a little bit more subtle stuff. And we're going to stay in that kind of nose art, pin-up girl kind of attitude with the finish. H sprue is a black sprue, I think. That's G. That's G. Yeah, it should be sitting right here on my face. And that's also why I try and be a bit more articulate with my wording. Because I don't want to seem unappreciative, but at the same time, I'm frustrated because it feels like there is an external influence that is hindering my development in terms of people coming here. Because when I started, traffic was high, and I know my attitude ain't the best lately. It hasn't been for a while, and that's ticking me off. But part of it also stems from the fact it feels like I'm beating my head against the wall for nothing sometimes. I mean, beating your head against the wall is usually for nothing at all. Or as Wesley Snipes so famously said once, it feels like I'm trying to ice skate uphill. To paraphrase. And lately, and I can't. And it's not one thing that I can actually like put a finger on. You know? I'm not trying to say that I am not responsible for a lot of it, because, yeah, it's me. I'm the one out here doing this. And feedback on how to do it better would help. But in the past, when I've got that feedback, it's, oh, add more lights, or do this, or do that, or, you know, spend money, add things. And it, to me, that's not the right way. It's not me. It's not my character. And so that's where a lot of it falls on me is, am I being too stubborn? For lack of a better term? I'm sorry I'm not the type, because there's plenty of other streamers out there that are my age doing this that are a bit more well-to-do. That being the case, I'm sorry I don't have a prison record. I'm sorry I don't have a beard. I'm sorry I don't have a hoodie on with a backwards hat, you know. It's the common things I see amongst all those others. And yeah, it sounds condescending, kind of is, that if I have to change my character that much to do that, then that is the problem me, or is it where I'm trying to be? And it's the one commonality I see amongst, you know, others out there. And I could just be seeing things and being judgmental, which I know I am. J4 or J10? What am I missing here? Oh, okay. If I wanted to do something different. But the core of it is I'm not going to radically change who I am to do this. I have to put on a mask of sorts every day at my full-time job, which is insanely tiring, to say the least. And when I'm on here, I don't want to have to wear a mask. Right? And that's... I'll tell you again, that's part of the reason there's sometimes that I can't stream. Like when you see me make a post about not being in the right headspace, it's because I'm not able to put on socially acceptable me. You know, and there's times you guys have probably seen unacceptable me poke through, and I'm sorry for those times. At the same time, I'm not going to put on work me. Work me is tiring. Work me is fake. Work me is... Yeah, that's another reason I want to quit working, so that way I can put the energy that I spend on work me into presenting myself better on the stream. Right? I don't know how many of you have had forward-facing jobs where you can't just tell somebody, shut the fuck up and go fuck yourself, when you really are legitimately, you know, I think legally obligated to, but you can't. How exhaustive it is when you get home and you just want to drain, you just want to stop. So F1, F2, D8. And that's really where I am. So and it makes me angry on days that I'm off, like today, when I go to stream and I'm still tired, right? I'm still done from the day before. Like last night I closed, so I didn't get home till 10:45. It doesn't allow me the downtime I need before the next stream day to basically recharge my forward face. And I'm tired of having to do that. I just want to be able to come on like kind of like I used to be. I want to just be able to come on, say, "Hey, how's it going?" and let's dig into this project. F sprue, F1, F2, that's D. That's L, E, that's E. Okay. What am I missing here? I, F. And there's other people out there like, "Oh, you're just streaming. How hard can it be?" Not hard, and very draining and tiring at the same time. It's difficult to explain that unless you've actually done it. And no, it's not like you're rucking a 40-pound pack or a 100-pound pack in the army, or doing stuff in the Air Force, working on jets and shit. But it's all up here. And when you're already mentally and physically exhausted from being on your feet all day and dealing with some people who have no business trying to do what they're doing, yet you just have to nod and say, "Here you go." I'm trying to talk about it without giving about too much away about, where I work and stuff, so. But it's like, you just want to say, put it down. Go to a professional. It's like, I feel the IQ level drop when you walk in. No. Okay, are these black originally, or are they... Oh yeah, they are. Okay. Let's go there. And there's people who can say that about damn near anyone. But yeah, overall, I get home and I'm tired, and I don't like it when things that should be simple, things that I know are simple, right? I shouldn't say they should be simple, because anything can screw up on you. But things that I know are simple to me suddenly become not simple. And not through any kind of malicious design or, the world is against me kind of shit, but just in general, God, I sound like such an old man. I don't like change. Change sucks. No. Okay, I need J back, I think. Yeah. But I'm just already so tired I don't have the brain space to deal with the mundane bullshit of even updating a computer. And it wears on me. I can't describe... I know there's probably a few people out there who can empathize. I don't want to say sympathize, but empathize. And just how tiring things can get to you. And it's different for everybody. B1, B2. And I'm not trying to belittle anybody and their experience, saying mine is any better or worse than theirs. Ours is all... It's all our own personal experience, right? But it really is getting harder and harder for me to... It's getting harder for me to just not say fuck it and just... I don't know. The only thing keeping me going right now is the fact that I have to keep a roof over my wife and kids' heads. I want to... I don't want to die, so don't go thinking that. I don't want to be a part of what our society has become anymore. I don't want to deal with people anymore in that regard. I don't even like walking through the mall anymore. It's... I'm just tired. Very tired. That's about the best way I can explain it. Am I missing something here? Oh, this is the part I need. Okay. Because it still feels like no matter what I do, I spend more time trying to survive than I am trying to live. And what's coming in the next year and a half to 2 years, if the world doesn't decide to stick its foot up my ass, is something that will allow me to live. And I want to get there faster. And part of that is getting all these channels off the ground more fully. It's something I should have really worked toward years ago. Kind of sat on YouTube a little too long. So again, it's my fault in that regard. I think I'm really just getting impatient with myself on the YouTube and streaming side of things. I will take full responsibility for that every day. I'd just like to see a little bit of my efforts start to bear fruit here and there, in terms of like I've been so close for so long on the YouTube side to breaking that 500 barrier. I want to see it break this year. You know, it would be great to see that happen in December, but I can only do so much. That's why I can only ask people that are like watching, you know, the whole shtick that you see other streamers do, you know, like, share, and subscribe. That's not wrong. That's all I can ask you to do, you know. And I see other people talk about it like, oh, they're e-grifting, they're doing this. No, that's how it works. The algorithm can only do so much. If I were to, I've heard some dark things about. There's another small channel, like he does RC tanks, and he tried the what's it called? I want them to be legit, Fenrir. I don't know if they do like hardware identifying. What is it that I'm trying to articulate here, verbiage wise? Promote. There's another YouTuber who does RC tank stuff, which obviously shows up in my feed because I do RC tank stuff too. He said he tried the promotions, but he couldn't tell if it was actually beneficial or detrimental. I think it's one of those things you can use if you're just starting out, which might be where I am. Like, I might just have to bite the bullet. The problem is it's $50 fucking. And just once try promoting a short. Like, take one of my better figures, maybe do a whole new short, new sound, everything just for it. And bite the bullet and try the promotion feature on YouTube. Just to see what it does. Like, I know there are tools available to me, but the thing is, do I use that tool? That's how I was at my old job. My new job, as far as like my boss and my coworkers, overall they're great. I got nothing bad there. You know, there is absolutely no bad blood there. But it's just dealing with people. It's getting more difficult and frustrating. So F5, F7. We're moving on to the skirt. And that's all I want. Is I want my channel to grow, but I want it to grow authentically. So when I see these people, hey, follow me on Discord to hey Nub, how's it going? So when I see these people that do that, it's like, no, I don't want to use your false things. And I've been doing this for the better part of 7 or 8 years now, I think. And I know the model building aspect is the smaller side of it. Um, but at the same time, I feel I could be further along than I am. Yeah, I did too. Well, kind of. I got off work late. I closed last night. Got home late. Car was happy, you know. I got to open it up a little bit on the way home because the roads were finally empty. Benefit of being off at 10 o'clock. Um, I'm just impatient with myself. That's the most self-aware way to put it, I guess, is I'm just impatient. Ooh, yeah, extra sleep is a necessity. I remember mandatory fun weeks, you know, oh, we're working 12s because flying hours and this and that. I'm like, it doesn't matter, the jets only fly X amount per day, so us working 12s doesn't really change things. But they never saw it that way. I think this goes like that. I'm trying to remember how the skirt went on this character. Yeah, it does. I'm just doing my usual rant session on how I'm being impatient with myself and trying to figure out how I can do things without using ulterior means. Oh. Usually it's 412s. What the hell, dude? And does anyone else... Wow. Does anyone else feel like they're starting to kind of drift away from Amazon again? And I'm not saying that to be negative towards your company, Nub, but just... I use it for certain things, but at the same time, I feel myself kind of looking to eBay a lot more lately when I stopped using eBay for the longest time. Because I'm just getting better deals on eBay again. I was just trying to say that without being insulting, man. I know you're probably working hard as hell. I trust eBay a lot more than I trust Amazon, to be honest. Amazon owns Twitch, too. And seeing what they're allowing on Twitch, it doesn't surprise me. Ugh. And now you got Prime Day, so they're overworking and underpaying everybody. Wow. And, you know, heaven forbid you say the word union there, right? Unless it's, you know, the Soviet type, which, you know, they seem to like on Twitch. But for those of you that have been kind of in the scene a bit more, do you think it would be worth me testing out the YouTube promotions and seeing what that turnaround does? You know? But do you think it would be worth trying the promotions on YouTube to just kind of push my channel out there a bit more? Or would that be a waste of money? Now, if they offered one promotion, like free, like a sample, I'd be worried, because then it's a definite clear case of, oh, your free promotion worked because our algorithm pushes it further, whereas the paid one doesn't work as much. Yeah, Amazon's turning into Walmart, you know, if you ordered it off Wish, which is really sad. The same thing happened to Michael's, believe it or not. I worked there back in like 2009 after I got out. And at the start, it was actually not a bad company when it was just, you know, Michael's, the arts and crafts store. And then they got a new CEO. The CEO, who happened to be Leo, start searching for STLs. And do you follow me on Instagram yet, Leo? You can message me on there if you do. We'll work something out. I can print you that stuff in 120mm for far less than you get it off eBay. But we'll handle it below things. I don't want to offer services on here that I can't commit to. But we'll talk in private. But yeah, a former Walmart CEO took over, you know, the chair of Michael's. And almost immediately you could see the Walmart influence infiltrating the company in terms of how they were running things. It was disgusting. I left not too long after that. A14, 2 and 3. Because even if you find the files in 35th scale, all I got to do is figure out the percentage to scale them up to 120mm and we're good. A2 and A3. So let me see something here. There is a minor modification I want to make, if I can. You're not wrong, Nub. I have noticed, like, Amazon Prime is almost not worth having anymore. I know. It used to be Amazon Prime, you know, it was kind of worth it. The free shipping and some of the stuff like that. But nowadays, it's only free shipping for a lot less and less and less now. The shipping is creeping back into everything. I guess Amazon figured out they lost too much with that. And then some of the shipping rates that even the private sellers are setting is absolutely disgusting, and the pricing itself is disgusting. It's worse than eBay was when the scalping was going on big time, before Amazon existed. Oh yeah, it still has its minor benefits, but like for us, part of Prime, aside from the Twitch sub thing, I don't even know if my wish list is still public on Twitch. But part of the reason for having it was for the movies, right? Like, no commercials. You know, it was better than Netflix at the time. But now the only thing that's free is the shit movies, and you still get commercials. I'm like, then what am I paying Prime for on this? The benefit no longer exists for me to want to use it. And they're probably going to enter the find out phase pretty quickly here when it comes to that, if they haven't started to already. But that's more of a digital side thing than a shipping and receiving side thing. But it's like, even like, yeah, but that's just it. Even like YouTube Premium used to be YouTube without ads. But now they have YouTube Premium, because now YouTube Premium has ads. And it's like, when will it stop? And it won't. Until people start saying, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to go back to cable. There is no difference between what we do now and cable TV back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I don't really watch the streaming services anymore at all. Amazon, I use it for Twitch side stuff and for the resin that I need if I need it quickly. Okay, I lost track of what part was what here. Okay. It's getting to the point where I can easily say, I don't need you anymore. You know, Toy Story with, you know, the kid with Andy throwing Woody into the bucket with Buzz, you know, when he got Buzz for his birthday. I don't need you anymore. And I don't. I only watch Netflix for like Dan and stuff like that. I don't use it for movies because, again, the intrusive commercials. YouTube, I've got an ad blocker that works. There's not much in on-demand I want to watch. I'd rather just buy hard copy. Where am I on this? Generally because I've seen it already, or it's like Sharknado type shit, and I'm not interested in that. F3, F4, and then G. Where's the G sprue? G3. And it's not strictly Amazon either. Like we were saying, Netflix has them and all that, so I don't use any of those services much anymore. Strictly for that reason. I might watch one episode of something to see if I like it, and if I do, I'll buy it. And I'll buy it wherever I can find it, so Amazon is not always the most likely place to earn my money from that. But for like YouTube, I'm not gonna lie, I have an ad blocker that works. And they can keep trying to get around that. There you go. Well, we get a lot of ours for free due to my son being a student at a college, so he gets one through that. One's for free through our phone provider. But those are all the basic packages. They're not the premium ones where you're ad-free. You really want the phone provider stuff to work, make them the ad-free package, and you'll see a lot more people come into your service. But long gone are the days of the piss run, Fenrir, because now I should just be able to pause it, go pee at my leisure, make a drink, get a snack, and then come back. Today's turned into a ranty stream, hasn't it? And you see, Disney owns Hulu, so what's the benefit of having either or? And even Disney's starting to decentralize again and put their movies and shows out in other places. And I think we have Hulu free through something. I forget what. I know we get HBO Max free through my wife's work, I think it is. HBO, I think, is the only one that doesn't have ads during the films. Netflix, Amazon, and all the rest do. Where was I going with that? Like, even Alien Earth does not make me want to watch Hulu. C2, N3, and 4. N. And I'm a huge Alien fan, but the direction the show is going doesn't make sense. It actually breaks everything else that comes after. It's like, okay. I forgot what letters I'm looking for. Charlie screws. There we are. Yeah, it's premiering soon. But the thing is, apparently, a ship like the Nostromo was carrying aliens of a sort, and there's a mutated version that crashes on Earth. Yeah, crashes on Earth. And then things happen. So, what's the point of Alien and having the Nostromo go to the planet to get the facehugger to bring it to the company? Or Romulus now, because they went and got the original Alien. And I'm going to spoiler it. Romulus has been out for over a year now. They found the original Alien floating in the wreckage of the Nostromo, and they found Ripley's fucking shuttle. If you watch the film, you see it in the background, and when it's crashing into the rings, you see it leave. So Ripley was on Romulus when all that shit was going down. Probably still frozen. So the company had all this, lost it again for the third time now, apparently. It just breaks the reason for the other films to even exist. And it dilutes the importance of them story-wise. C2 and 3. You see what I'm getting at? And people are all like, they're seeing screenshots and they're like, oh my god, purse rifles. And, well, supposedly AVP doesn't exist in the same continuity. I don't want to say canon because people throw that word around like it means something. It doesn't. The Aliens universe is about as diverse as the Transformers universe now. You can pick and choose which ones you decide to like. And the fact that Prometheus and Covenant exist means they've got to go further out and around to explain Alien than they did when before. It's a Disney-produced, Fox-owned Alien TV series for streaming services, Leo, or Alex, that's basically... supposedly it's a prequel to Alien. I think it happens after. And Prometheus was an Alien movie in name only. And the fact that it had a ship that looks similar. Basically, it's Disney's next attempt. That's okay. I can't speak, you can't type, so we're good. Okay. So, right hand goes on this slider. And then left goes on this other slider. But the more they try and add to the Alien universe in this regard, they're stuck in that time frame. Kind of like how Star Wars is now stuck because of The Mandalorian and the failure of the sequel movies. Star Wars is now stuck in this era around the original trilogy. Between The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett, and Andor, it stuck between episode 4 and shortly after episode 6. Not a lot of room to work with. The Alien series has basically done the same thing. It's stuck in this period around between the time of Prometheus and Alien 3. We're not going to go into Alien Resurrection. I don't think it's that bad. I can see why people dislike Resurrection. At the same time, I don't think it's that bad. It's what the series needed at the time. After David Fincher, the Alien series become a little self-absorbed and pretentious, and Resurrection felt like a little breath of fresh air of action-y fun. So to quote Jobby the Hong, I don't know if anybody here watches his stuff. He's hilarious. Literally a butt on a runner. But everything they do to try and retcon things into the Alien universe makes it worse by extension. To me, the Alien series was like Star Wars, in that the minimal nature of the amount of content made it more enjoyable. It was like, okay, Star Trek, with the amount of it there is and the way Star Trek works, it's just like a good hearty beer. You can just drink them all the time. You can slam those Guinness all the time and get a good quality thing out of it. Up until 2009. Anything after 2009 is junk to me as far as Star Trek. They're trying to make Star Wars into that, where what made Star Wars special, and honestly I like the prequels. I enjoy the fun that Red Letter Media pokes at the prequels. And if you overthink about something, you can find fault anywhere. But the George Lucas made prequels were satisfactory films in that pulp sci-fi genre, which is exactly what Star Wars was meant to be. And now it's become oversaturated to the point where it's unenjoyable. Alright, take it easy, Nub. Don't let the robots take over. Anyway, where was I? But that's just making Star Wars and Alien kind of lose their appeal. In that those used to be the treats we'd wait for, right? It's like, ooh, another Alien movie after 6 years, 7 years. Ooh, another Star Wars movie after 5, 6 years. 10 years, however long it was between Jedi and Episode 1. But now it's like, oh, another one? And another one? And another one? I haven't finished watching the last one. And another one? No. It's kind of like how Star Trek got when you had Next Generation ending and Deep Space Nine starting, and then you had Deep Space Nine ending and Voyager starting, and then Voyager's halfway through, and then Enterprise started. And that's kind of what killed Star Trek back then, is there was just too much of it. You know, you were eating McDonald's every day instead of going out and having the gourmet burger at Cheddar's. You know, Cheddar's is a restaurant here where you can get amazingly good half-pound burgers for less than the price of Applebee's. So it's gone from being something to be savored and something that people took their time to work on to make sure it was somewhat of quality. Your opinion may vary on that. That's quite all right. You can vary that as much as you like. But you can't deny that there was at least some effort put in. Cheeks. But until then, it was something you look forward to and enjoyed. And now you can't because you're being so inundated with it, and then the community behind it's become so disgustingly polarized that even any kind, like the way we're talking about it here, this kind of discourse, if the group were any larger, would not be able to happen. And that's where the failure really is we're not allowed to have that discourse. We're not allowed to say we don't like something anymore because everybody else thinks that their opinion trumps yours when it's an opinion, it's not fact. So I'm just stating my opinions on what I see, on how I personally take these subjects in. And that's the way it was as a viewer back in the 90s of, you know, Star Trek and Star Wars when the prequels came out. I enjoyed them because of the scarcity of it. So it made me enjoy the fact that they existed. I'm doing something possibly not right here, so give me 1 second. Yep. And that scarcity of subject is what made people embrace Star Wars so much and embrace aliens so much to a degree when the movies came out. Is because it felt new and fresh. It didn't feel like it was something churned out of a factory every 6 months because, well, the ratings are down, we got to make the next one. A1, D4, D6. And maybe it's got to go back to that. You know, Stranger Things was the same way. I think it was Andor, and it might be a key to its popularity. I think it was Andor that was when they released it recently. They didn't batch dump it, right? Like Stranger Things, when it came out, they just batch dumped it. You got all 6 episodes of the first season at once. You got all 6 episodes of the second season at once. You could sit there and binge it in a day if you wanted to. Great, but then you get burnt out on it real quick, right? And I think it was Andor, they pulled back on that, didn't they? And they released the episodes one at a time every week. Or did they do that with Ahsoka too? I forget. But they want it released quickly like that so you binge it and you don't see the holes. You're not able to stop long enough to start poking holes. And that's kind of like what happened with the sequel movies, to be honest. Everyone saw them in the theaters, and at first you're like, ooh, that was so cool, theater, big, bang, boom. But then after you get out of the theater and you start looking at what you watched, and you're like, wait a minute, the math ain't mathin', you know? And that's kind of what's starting to happen with a lot of this stuff. People are starting to stop and think, and you're seeing it all over the place. People are going back to wanting a certain amount of regulation, and I don't mean that in terms of, oh, we have to have regulations to stop this. No. What I mean is they're regulating the flow of the what they're releasing. Because it's giving people that anticipation that used to exist before we were getting, 3 Avengers movies in a year kind of shit. And it's going back to that, you're getting your weekly TV show. You're not getting your daily binge, you're getting a weekly TV show. You're getting a monthly release. You're getting seasons every couple years now, and not every 6 to 8 months to a year. So we're kind of going back a little bit. That's good, I guess. If I was interested in that stuff, and if there was a way that I could do it for one price across the board instead of prices everywhere. So, like, how Netflix used to have everybody's stuff because Netflix was the only thing around. You know, then, yeah, I spent the money for Netflix because they had all the stuff. And HBO was still HBO, right? Okay, we're getting a little further along in the assembly here. So there's one person who reviewed this kit that noticed on the artwork you had these two little white markings here. And he was upset, but I don't see why now that I've got the kit in my hands. If this was flexible right here and those two squares were visible, I'd have notched the armor like it shows. But the armor's inset in, so there's no way to do that. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. Where was I, though? Before I just got squirreled in the model kit again. I think we're swinging from the extremes on this stuff. It used to be we got kind of bored waiting for the show every week, so the Netflix thing happened and we were able to binge it all in a day when the old shows we used to watch were finally put on Netflix. But now we've gotten through all those old shows, and then they started cranking out the new ones so fast that you had to binge it to keep up. But now that's kind of going the other way because people are like, hey, slow down. Give us something to look forward to. Because it's the McDonald's effect. I think that's what I'll call it. You're having McDonald's every day when you're doing that. You're getting quantity over quality. And from what I heard, the Andor Season 2 was actually more of a return to form and quality than a lot of other shows. I don't know. I don't have Disney Plus. I'm not going to spend money on it. I feel like as a consumer, and I gave him 4 tries. I gave him 4 tries. Rogue One, acceptable, decent film overall. Doesn't ruin anything that it bookends. So I left it at that. You know, I even rewatched it the other day. It's a decent film. The sequels, garbage. They were rushed out to appease a perceived hunger that didn't exist. They could have taken more time and released them more slowly and done a better job at conjoining the stories and had better films and happier people. But they didn't. They didn't pre-plan. Like, say what you will, George Lucas knew how to pre-plan. He knew how to lay out his outline at least. He knew what he... Even if he didn't have scripts written until the day before they started filming, as the sole proprietor of the series, he had a preconceived outline of in his head of what he knew needed to happen in every story. That's where Disney failed. They threw shit at a wall to see what stuck. And the problem is, what stuck to the wall in the first film, the second film essentially cleaned the wall and removed all that stuff, which could have been good. And with that, they kind of shoehorned themselves into a corner when it came to the third sequel, because all the story threads they'd made. I know we've talked about this before, but I'm still going to talk about it again. All the story threads they've made in episode 7, which is the least egregious of the three, only because it was laying the new groundwork. A flight sim. But then episode 8 took all the goodwill that 7 created and destroyed it. It just threw it at the ground and said, everything you were expecting, you're not getting. But because of that, it didn't allow episode 9 any place to go. So they just had to start out with the obligatory fast-paced action scene, can't tell what's going on, here's what's happening. But because of that, it got summed up into the simple, somehow Palpatine returned. Which, okay, I need the E-sprues. If they'd given more hints earlier, that could have worked a bit better, but it didn't. E2, E4... And from there on, it was bad. It was nothing. There was nowhere to go, no character development, no plot development, just run here, blow thing up, go do this, MacGuffin, MacGuffin, MacGuffin. E14. If you're 5, that works. It's all bright, shiny, explodey. If you've got a brain that thinks, it doesn't work. And unfortunately for them, most people have a brain that thinks, and by the time it came out, they were like, no. But because there's so many people that are vocally adamant, they will scream down anybody who even remotely talks about what I just discussed. They don't want to hear it. They start throwing around words like, oh, you didn't like this. This is what's wrong with you then. In episode 7, I liked John Boyega. I understand that he came back. I have those comics sitting on my shelf, actually, but they did it in a very educated way. Right? And now I'll get to that point too, because you're actually pointing out another failing in Disney's handling of the property. So, in both ways, he came back as a clone. Fine, dandy, par for the course. I call how they did it in the comic more the Ghostbusters effect, because it took the established reality of Star Wars in terms of what you as a audience member, consumer knew of Star Wars, right? When you open that comic, you're like, okay, we're after Jedi, the Empire is self-destructing. They even set it up in the comic. They don't immediately throw out, here's the Emperor. No. They show you how the Empire is falling apart. And because of the Clone Wars comment in episode 4, you know that cloning exists. So the way it works is it builds upon the foundation, what you already know of Star Wars. So it's like the Ghostbusters effect. Ghostbusters, the reason why the first film and Afterlife works so well is it starts out very grounded, extremely grounded in reality, where you're in a world that you know as reality. The first film starts out, it shows you a ghost, right? So it establishes ghosts exist. As the story goes on, it slowly builds up. Okay, here is Ghost. Here are guys. Guys want to catch Ghost. Guys make equipment that does it. And as it goes on, your ability to accept the fantasy of the story grows by increments. It slowly brings you into the new reality for the story. Dark Empire did the same thing. It builds on you already having an established knowledge of Star Wars from up to Return of the Jedi. This is before the prequels happened, so we don't have to worry about any of that crap. and it didn't just say somehow Palpatine returns. It delves heavily into the Force, and this is all controlled by Lucasfilm at the time, by the way. It wasn't just thrown out there. Lucasfilm said, you can do this story to all these authors, but it has to have these points. Some of the books were campy, some of them weren't. They didn't necessarily contradict each other, but you could pick and choose what you liked out of it. In this particular one, it established that the Force was doing something. Something was going on. The Empire was resurgent again in a way that it hadn't been since the end of Jedi. None of the other books in the series really existed at the time either. Dark Empire, outside of Heir to the Empire, which happened... God, I'm trying to remember how they happened in relation to each other. They almost happened concurrently, because Leia was pregnant in Heir to the Empire. No, Heir to the Empire happened first. So if you'd read Heir to the Empire, you'd know that clones existed there as well, but it was its own self-contained story outside the fact Leia was pregnant. And then Dark Empire happened. She's still pregnant, but by the end of Dark Empire, the twins are born, Jason and Jaina. It's actually by the middle book, and then the Emperor tries to steal their bodies in the third part, which is really badly done. I've got the whole thing here, so I'm just going off memory without having to get up and look at it. But the way they worked it in the Star Wars story is it, kind of like Ghostbusters, it brought you to this new information slowly before they revealed it was the Emperor, and then the Emperor explained what's going on. At first, you think Luke is just being called by a presence in the Force. He doesn't know exactly what it is, but there's things sent to find him, and they do. And that's when the big unveiling happens, and it turns out he's a clone. But he was also trying to get Luke... He wanted to put himself into Luke, but Luke fought that. And he could only jump from clone body to clone body until Luke wound up destroying the cloning factory. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds like the end of The Rise of Skywalker, where the Emperor had a bunch of clone bodies. But he wanted Rey's body. Because it was young, it was strong, it was powerful, it was genetically linked to his original form. So in a storytelling sense, that does make a kind of sense. But they didn't do the slow absorption of the new information. They just said, somehow Palpatine's back. And then they went from there. E1, and then O. And that's really the failing of the sequel trilogy, is that they didn't allow the new stuff to be absorbed. They kept it going so quickly and so strongly that you just had to accept what you saw at the moment and go. But then once you're able to slow down for a second, what you saw slowly started to unravel. The threads weren't tied very tight. And then the rest is what we know. Yep, I read basically all the books up to the end of the Yuzon Vong War, so... And the Yuzon Vong part was really, really hard to get through. Okay, the O sprues, where are you? Those are G and G. There's O. We need 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Anything before Disney are fine. But what I'm getting at is, this is where Disney's real failing is starting to show through. Right? I think Rebels was in production right before Disney bought out Lucasfilm. So they had introduced Grand Admiral Thrawn there. The problem is when Disney took over and Kathleen Kennedy was put in nominal direction of Lucasfilm, they threw out all written material in terms of its relevancy to Star Wars. No longer relevant. It was never considered part of the continuity anyway. And this is where people get confused. This is where they like to throw out that word canon a lot. Outside of at the time 3 films and the 2 Ewok movies and the droids and Ewok cartoon, yep, there was. Nothing else was considered canon to Star Wars. The books, you could take it or leave it. While the books did nothing to counter what happened in the films, they didn't interfere with the stories. They only added to the universe a little bit. So, Heir to the Empire is where Grand Admiral Thrawn was introduced. You know, the blue guy with the red eyes, seen in Ahsoka. They fucked up so bad, they've had to go into those books that they threw out and considered non-canon and basically defile the corpse to get enough characters and story points to basically continue what they're writing. They are so creatively bankrupt, they are unable to make new characters in their new world that they've made, that they have to go back into a world they threw out and resurrect dead characters. And now they're resurrecting entire storylines. You've heard of the Rogue Squadron series they want to do? That was an entire book series written by Michael Stackpole back in the 90s, and it was great. It even went on to a book called I, Jedi. It introduced a bunch of characters. Really good shit. 2 video games based on it. Let's see. I want the knife hand. Where's the knife holding hand? Right hand. So yeah, anything from the old timeline, you could take it or leave it at your leisure. They've started rewriting books that discard it and don't have to follow it because they went so far into the Star Wars future that there's no room for them to do anything anymore. And that's what I was getting at, is you've established the Knights of the Old Republic exist. So you got this point before Yoda existed that you could go back to really do some story stuff. But they don't. They're stuck in this realm between Episode 3 and just after Jedi. They don't dare go forward past Episode 7, or 8, or 9, or even mess around in there. I think Mandalorian might be starting to tread into that space. And the one time they tried to do something earlier that could have been considered Old Republic was an unmitigated disaster headed by a political activist, and the show was basically politically motivated, and it was panned across the board, so much so they canceled the 2nd season before it began production. I'm not going to spit blame at anybody there. I'm just saying that what they made and the press junket surrounding it turned off any major audience interest, and the viewing evaluation showed that. You know, the ratings and stuff were dismal. They couldn't justify making another one. Okay, let's see what our next week's streaming is going to be too. So, come on. Okay, so I'll be off this Friday, so we'll have a stream day then. And then I will be working Saturday. Then I'm off Sunday and Monday. My birthday, I'll be off at 4. So, yeah, Sunday, Monday, we might be able to do something big. I wouldn't flight sim. And there's nothing in the film to warrant it. No, I get it. I I look at the modern movie community right now as kind of an example of almost like punishing a child, right? And I'm trying to find the best way to describe this. Audiences have said time and time and time again, stop politicizing this shit and just let us enjoy it. And that's kind of where I'm getting. That's why I'm so strong about not having politics on here. And it's hard to talk about stuff without getting political, but you can see that I'm trying my best. James Gunn himself has come out and said that Superman is politically divisive. To me as a consumer, that tells me that this movie has something going on with it that I'm not going to like. You know, it's like when you find your child and you ask them something, they go, no, when you know damn right they did it. And you got to think of the right way to demonstrate to them that you know, but it's that fine line. And to me, in this, they've just made their bed. And kind of like with that Star Wars series we were just talking about that didn't do well, The Acolyte, I'm not going to waste my time and money on feeding the childish ego of these people anymore. So no, I'm not watching The Mandalorian. I'm not watching The Book of Boba Fett. I'm not watching any more films from them. I'm not watching Superman. I'm not consuming Marvel or DC content in a way that makes these companies money. Not knowingly, anyway. I gave Alien Romulus a shot because it looked good, and it was decent. It was heavy-handed on the callbacks to the other films. That's a shame. Overall, it was decent. So I will give Fox and Disney a little bit of credit in that regard. They tried. But if they do something before their movie or TV series comes out that blatantly slaps me in the face as a consumer, I don't want it. The 19th is my birthday. So I may not be streaming that day. I'm off at 4. But I work Friday. Or no, I'm off this Friday. I work Saturday. And I'm off Sunday, Monday. So maybe one of those days, maybe Sunday, we'll make kind of like an early birthday stream. And I'm sorry if I sound kind of passionate about my take on this stuff. But they didn't ruin my childhood. But at the same time, it really feels like they're making fun of me for having one. Maybe that's why I like the Michael Bay Transformers so much, is because it doesn't discredit what I enjoyed as a kid, but it makes it bigger. So that way I can enjoy it as an adult. You know? I don't go into movies like that expecting Oscar-worthy anything. I just want big robots beating the shit out of each other. D2 and D3. Nah, you're not stupid. I talk quickly. But at the same time, I'm not one of those frothing at the mouth people. That's, you know, I like to think that I'm discussing my misgivings from my own position without saying that you can like this stuff all you want. It's just why I don't like it. And you don't have to agree with it. You know, if you want to watch Star Wars, watch Star Wars. If you want to watch Superman, go ahead. I don't like the way they've gone with Superman in a good while. Um, I don't like that. I was never a fan of the Christopher Reeve way. Um, I don't like how they're trying to bring a little bit of the Batman darkness into it. And I feel like Gunn is trying to do a Justice League movie without calling it a Justice League movie. With the amount of other characters in it, you've got Hawkgirl, you've got what's his name? Nathan Fillion's playing him, even though he's playing the wrong one. Green Lantern. You know, you've got all these other characters in it that make it less of a Superman movie and more of a Justice League light, which is kind of where they fucked up in the first place. Okay. That's where the original attempt back in the earlier 2010s did. Okay, there's that. I need part E6. They put the cart before the horse instead of following the formula that worked for Marvel up until Endgame and kind of screwed it up. And again, these are all my personal takes on what I see as as someone who would possibly be interested in these movies. And I see that in terms of what I go to a movie for, they're not making what I want to see, so I'm not going to give them my money. And if they continue acting like children upon the critical reception of the films, thus reinforcing my opinion on it, I'm not going to have any more interest in it. Disney Star Wars to me ended after Rogue One. You know? I gave him the benefit of a doubt, and that was that. G15. Look at it this way. Say you're in a family that's been buying Fords all your life, right? But then you start buying Fords and you start noticing things are different. The quality's not there. They're not doing it right. And then they start saying you're the bad guy for saying the truck's not right or the car's not right, even though it's their production that's causing the issues, which is actually kind of happening these days. So you stop buying Ford. It's the same thing. When the quality is not up to your standard as somebody who wants to go see and enjoy these things, you're not going to go see and enjoy them anymore. Part of it's me getting older, you know, which I felt that's one thing George Lucas kind of kept with the prequels. He knew his original films were made in the 70s and 80s and were made for an audience at that time. But he also understood that coming into the 90s, his movies had to step it up a bit because people changed. The audience that was going to see it was the kids in the 80s that are now the adults in the 90s. You know, the mid-20-somethings. And, yeah, episode 1 was kind of on the more kiddie end of things. And let's face it, you know, he was in it to sell the toys. But at the same time, as the movies went on, especially by episode 3, he didn't bring that back to say these aren't for adults either. You know? Episode 3 was PG-13, which is probably right where it needed to be. You know, there's no need for an R-rated Star Wars, which is what they're wanting to work on. It's science fiction fantasy. It's all it really is, all it needs to be. Let it be that. And people will argue, oh, it's movies for kids. No, it can be for adults too. We all have that inner child. I mean, look at me. I'm building plastic models as a 49-year-old in 2 weeks. But yeah, there's... you're talking the 73, 74s, right? Not the ones that were essentially just Mustang copies? Sorry, nose itches. But I just use that as an example. If there's something that you have been buying and using, and it's basically become an ingrained part of your family, friends group, whatever have you, and then something in it fundamentally changes that you don't appreciate anymore, or you feel is not what it used to be, it's okay to not like it anymore. Depending on how fervent you are about it, depends on if people react to you as one of those extremist types. But overall, I'd like to think I explained why I don't appreciate it anymore. I'm not the target audience. I know I'm not the target audience for this Superman. The kind of Superman I want was more of the Henry Cavill one. Maybe not so dark, but the idea of that character. Because that Superman was going to an interesting place within the DC universe. And it would have been interesting to see where that went. And the other thing is that apparently they're doing the stupid multiverse shit with this too. I've heard Christian Bale was seen on set wearing black. No. Leave it alone. Which is really... That really says something, Loston. And welcome back, by the way. I haven't seen you in a while. Well, I've been doing lives for a while, just probably not at the right time for you. Which is sad considering you are the industry, you know? Like you're inside the creation of it, so you've kind of seen how it's been fluctuating. And to me, they just haven't been handling certain characters right ever since the death of Superman in the 90s. The other East Brew. Oh yeah, I know. I hope it's a good busy where you're getting a lot of good contract work and you're making the money. But the thing that gets me in a lot of this is I'm kind of tired of the retreading as well. Oh, this is taking longer for me to build than I have. That's really all it is. It's just retreading the same point and trying to get it to click when... I hate to say it, especially for DC as far as movies, it's done. If they don't get something right this time around, they're done, you know. They could have pulled their first chance out had they not done what they did. Because people were coming around to Henry Cavill. They were coming around to Ben Affleck. They just need a few more standalone films to get us to appreciate those characters a bit more. But there's been so many iterations of Batman since '89 that kind of done with them. Same thing with Superman. Same thing with everybody, you know. If I had the money and and access to a small animation studio, I would do a 2D animated miniseries based on the Night's Dawn trilogy by Peter F. Hamilton. It's a severely, if you were to do it live action, it'd be NC-17. And it's one of those books that you can't cut a single thing out of it, right? Bingo, Loston. But the way the story's written, you can't cut a thing out of it. There's a lot of things in it. You could do it live action, but it would be NC-17 easily, minimum. It would be rated X actually, if you've read those books. But there's a way you could tastefully cut around it with still giving the implication of what's going on without giving the visual visceralness of it. Oh, it does. They've lost me. I won't even give their shit a try if it's free on a streaming service. And we were just talking about that. I call it the Ghostbusters effect, since you missed out on it. And you can kind of see it repeat. I'm not even going to go near the 2016 one. That was just a failure across the board. But the first Ghostbusters and Afterlife both kind of had the same formula. And I'm not going to say Afterlife was a soft reboot. It was a solid sequel. But the way they approached the audience, it wasn't, bam, ghosts exist. Here's the Ghostbusters kind of thing. They slowly drew you in by slowly adding in the more fantastical elements. So that by the time you got halfway through the movie, you were fully invested and accepted that world. Right? They don't do that anymore. They start out full bore, and when it doesn't work, they're like, why doesn't it work? That's why. That's my take on it anyway. Like if they want to do, say they want to do Batman again. The whole Bruce Wayne as Batman shit's done and over with. I don't want to see Batman Beyond either. Right? You want to do Batman and make it interesting? Do the period of time where Deathstroke was Batman. If you really want to make it something that's going to be different and give people something new, take Bruce Wayne out of the equation. I need a left hand. That's one of the reasons I don't like, aside from the oversaturation, I could give two shits about Deadpool and Wolverine. That was Marvel's B-roster character movie. They're trying to feel the audience out to say, well, none of these guys are working right now, so let's do this. See who they react to the best, and then we'll make those movies. Oh, look, we're suddenly getting a Gambit movie, and an X-23 movie, and maybe even another Wesley Snipes-headed Blade. I wonder why that is. Okay, there we go. That's the correct hand. No, I'm not either. Again, not the target audience anymore. If I was still in high school and this came out in the era between Batman and Blade, so between 89 and 98, that would have been great. You know? But right now, no, it's so boring. And I just realized I've almost gone 3 hours without standing up, moving around. My back is going to kill me. Yeah, it's getting to the point where I want to see other things now. But these things come in cycles. So in the 50s, you had, sci-fi B movies. Hey, Aries. In the 60s, it was more like the sci-fi post-apocalyptic fantasy films. 70s, biker films, drug films, car films. Sci-fi kicked back up again. 80s, hardcore adventure and sci-fi. 90s, oh look, westerns are back. And oh, look, biker and action films are back in the late 90s, early 2000s. It's all going in a cycle. Westerns are going to come back around again. But they're going to find a way to screw it up. And I know they're really... Aries, I had to turn Kick off completely. A lot of spam in there from people like, oh, I do designs, I do this for follows, and blah, 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 blah. So we might need to work on that a bit more. And it kept turning on and off. It was really fucky as far as the stream rate. Chat didn't work. War Pictures might... it depends on where they go. Honestly, World War II, if they do any more on that, they're not going to do well. World War One, maybe. The biggest World War One films recently were 1917, War Horse, and Flyboys. So they didn't oversaturate that market. I think we might see a lot more Korean War era stuff. I think they tried to dip their toe in that one with what was that movie about the Corsair pilot? There really hasn't been a lot done with Korea outside of MASH and the odd film here and there like Bridges at Toko-ri. Vietnam was really overdone in the late 80s, early 90s. So it's either going to be Gulf War or it's going to be like Cold War espionage type stuff. Because they really do have to... They'd have to do something special in the fact that in order for us to notice it and appreciate it, it'll have to be either ultra realistic and factual to the point it makes Saving Private Ryan look like a comedy, which, I hate to say it, you go back and look at it now and there's a lot of crap. Hey, Major Havoc. Yes, Devotion. Devotion, I think, could have done better if it wasn't released in such a turbulent atmosphere culturally. I think Devotion's release time was what really killed it. I think more poignant films like Rambo might be more well received, especially the first film. And I've mentioned this on stream before. Go back and watch the first Rambo. What does he not actually do? Like you get why the cops are after him for all the destruction and violence, but what does Rambo not do once in the entire first film? Bingo. I think the genius of that was lost because everybody says, "Oh, he killed the helicopter pilot." No, he didn't. Or not the pilot, the guy in the helicopter door. The helicopter pilot killed the guy in the door. The guy in the door killed himself. If they just left him alone, they wouldn't have been there. And the pilot wouldn't have had to jerk the helicopter and then killing the pilot. Or not killing the pilot, but killing the passenger. But then Rambo gets turned into this action star. By the second film, he's killing everybody, and he's got his own cheering squad. He does. Watch when he's on the boat and they're on the shore. They're cheering for him like fucking cheerleaders. Second and third films are actually jokes. But I think we're going to see a lot more stuff. Hey, model student. We're going to see a lot more stuff. If war films come back, we might see either radically pulpy, adventurous stuff like T-34, you know, the Russian one, World of Tanks sponsored. We might see some more ultra-realistic visual stuff like Fury. Fury was not accurate. I get that. I'm not arguing that. I saw Fury as more of a day-in-the-life film. It wasn't trying to be particularly accurate by any means, but it just showed you what it was like. You know, worst-case scenario kind of thing. I think we're tired of the Private Ryans and Hacksaw Ridges and the Band of Brothers aspect. I wouldn't mind seeing more films that showed what happened in Operation Market Garden outside of the U.S. involvement. I'd like to see more stuff that covered the British side of D-Day a bit more. There's a lot of stories there. But, and I agree with people that we kind of need to break the Americentric view of World War II. And I'm not saying we need to embrace the Russian patriotism of it either. But we need to start looking further afield. See if we can find some unadulterated commentary on the Chinese side of things. Excuse me. What was going on? Hell, Flying Tigers. Give us a new Flying Tigers that's based on more current research. Civil War. That movie rubbed me the wrong way from the idea of it, just because of what was going on at the time. That, to me, felt like cultural gasoline, and I wasn't going to give that any money. Okay, did I miss leg day here? Nope, okay. I felt like that movie was trying to incite something, to be honest. Whether it was for it or against it, I don't know. Yes! You hit that nail on the head, Major Havoc. Ireland's only solo intervention in another nation. I think that's, or was it their only one or their first one? I can't remember, but it was their first use under the United Nations. I saw that movie, loved it. Another good one that we might take. Look at everything that happened in Kosovo. I know Warriors isn't a true story, but it was based on the collected anecdotes of the people in the British Army who were in Kosovo or Bosnia. I've got that on DVD. I think we're going to start seeing more modern conflict stuff. Maybe some of the skirmish battles that may have happened during the Cold War that no one side wanted to attribute to the other side. Like, without blatantly saying Russia and America are at war, we were fighting somewhere, outside of Afghanistan. There's tons of little things like that that happen in South America, Asia, all over the place. Okay. Jeez. G9, G10, G5. I got these for free with my printer. No, but if war movies start coming back, it's gonna have to be either a different take on what we've already been shown millions of times, or so I need E7 and E10, or them showing us things that we don't know much about. Where did they go? I think I know what you're talking about. But like, it's going to turn into one of those things like somebody mentioned another Bridge Too Far. I'd rather not see another movie based on Bridge Too Far itself. Show more of what happened in Nijmegen. There's tons of crap going on through there. E7, E10. Show. So we've seen the Russian side of what happened on the march to Berlin. And I know I said let's get away from the Americentric part of it. But what about the American side of the push to Berlin? What were the British doing during the Battle of the Bulge? What was their hand in securing the salient outside of Patton's Third Army? So yeah, Friday we might be painting her. I was hoping to get all the construction done today. I don't think that's going to happen. At least not on stream. Okay. It's been an okay stream though, once things got started. And at least chat's been much more conversational today. So thank you for that too. But yeah, I know there's been a few films that have delved into the Bosnian area, the Yugoslavian area during the 90s, but only two jump out at me that were strictly that made any sense to bring attention to it. The first one was Warriors, and the second one, can anyone name the second one? I'll give you a hint. Wow. Everybody thought it was just like a schlocky film, but it was actually not bad. The first Behind Enemy Lines. But for how long that went on and what was going on over there, and the fact that there was enough nations involved in the peacekeeping effort for 2 volumes of information on their vehicles and uniforms alone, there's a lot of stuff within what happened in Yugoslavia for us to derive some stuff from. G13, G14. Ow, my hand. That hurt. That actually hurt. My sister-in-law was in Sarajevo and had to flee. No, I can see that, Major Havoc. I believe she was a teenager and was of the party that was being ethnically cleansed. It happens. Mine comes from a lifetime of lifting heavy things. Okay, let me see something here. Okay. So yeah, here's the original frame arms girl. Here's just her torso and arms. But we're going to paint her up like this one. Just take a second. Ow! And if anyone was here at the beginning, I'm sorry for my anger. I was really hoping something would have worked today with that. Just trying to get kick working. Not going to stop trying, but when we tested it, it worked. And then when we... Oh, there we go. Go to actually use it, it fucks up, so... Alright, I think the feet are exactly the same. Yeah, I'm just going to make 2 of them. So, yeah, I don't know what I work after the 19th so far, but yeah, I'll be on Friday, and then Sunday, Monday I'm off. Friday we might put into just finishing up Camilla. I've only got like a wing and some weapons to make for her. And then I'll see where I am on Gourai by then. And maybe Sunday, Monday we'll do some painting and other stuff on this. Like I was saying earlier, I want to stay within the like the sci-fi nose art pin-up kind of look. So not too overly weathered, but just something to make her feel more like a anthropomorphos tank. That's a big word. And then maybe by Friday or Saturday we'll have Kick figured out. I'll get with Aries on that and see what the hell's going on. So if you see any alerts come from the channels after my usual time today, just ignore them. It's probably just me testing. I worked on July 4th. I was off the 3rd. That was okay. I didn't have a bad weekend. I've not... The days weren't bad. I've been dealing with a lot of stuff in my own head, you know? I was talking about that at the beginning of the stream. If you want, you can go back and watch the VOD on that. It's just me ranting and dumping and cursing my own inabilities. And my impatience, so... At least none of it's directly, like, work-related kind of shit. But I just don't want to get back into it again second time this stream. But I was also discussing then how I'm trying to get the YouTube side to grow more. Anyone on Twitch, if you're my regulars... check me out on YouTube, please, and, you know, do the usual subbing there. We are 20 away from the 500 limit to start enabling me to do super chats and memberships. After the 500 limit, I still have to do, like, either... like 1 million shorts views or 3,000 standard hour views, which really oddly specific numbers for them. But once those barriers are broken, yes, it is. I can give a link here in a second. Just one moment. Somebody want to do exclamation point YouTube? I think there's a alert for that. Because there's been some occurrences on Twitch which make me, as a veteran, not want to use them much longer. Thank you, Aries. And the fact that they allow extremism who wish harm upon veterans on there, and they have not eliminated their channels. Whereas if I were to do the same for their culture, I would be... eliminated from Twitch. So as soon as YouTube kicks off and kicks off more, Twitch is done. We do not negotiate with terrorists, put it that way. No, Flight Sim, Aries got it. Just exclamation point YouTube, or YT, and it brings up the link. It should be showing up in Twitch. I'll put a direct link if it doesn't work. It's something that unfortunately I think I ignored for too long, which is why it's getting harder right now and why I'm feeling like my growth is stalled. You know, I'm trying. I'm not trying to make it seem like people don't want to watch me. I know I'm not the most pleasant person sometimes. But at the same time, I feel like there's something going on Twitch which is limiting my exposure because I am a veteran and I am not of certain communities. I do flight sim. I've had a kick for a while, I just hadn't used it. And when I tried using it today, it reminded me of why I hadn't used it. But I'll get you guys a link to that too. There you go. So yeah, anything you can do to help me expand on those two fronts, greatly appreciated. Can't make you do it. That again was part of the discussion earlier that this is truly relying on the goodwill of others to assist me. And the only other way to grow it without using rather frowned upon means like bots and things like that is just to ask you guys to share it. That's because I was using Restream, and every time Restream started, it would wipe the Twitch category. And then I'd have to go in and redo it, and I didn't notice it until a lot later. Now I'm using the built-in multi-stream with OBS, and it automatically does it when I start the stream. So hopefully that won't be an issue too much anymore. Oh, gotta move a little bit. For right now, since Kick is so small on this front, I'm gonna put myself in just chatting. Which today's kind of been more like that. I think I've done more talking than working. I mean, we're halfway through the figure. Let me get her head on so she doesn't look so weird. Well, I guess I'll just say the names. Not like anyone here is going to go to them. There is a streamer named Frogan, a individual of Middle Eastern descent, supposedly. She at least wears hijabs and stuff like that. She has said that she wishes that all veterans come down with PTSD and other things, that they never have peace. She's still allowed on here. I'm not saying go after her or anything like that. People already have. People have reported her, done their thing. She's still here. And then there's also Hassan Piker, who is extremely politically motivated and also makes it so I don't want to be here because of the ideology he follows. And that he supports certain things which friends of mine are permanently damaged from, that we lost a lot of good people trying to get rid of. So, no, if Twitch is going to allow that, I don't want to be on Twitch any more than I have to be. So as soon as those two other things kick off, bye Twitch. I try model student, and I'm trying to go for like, I'm just a dude. I'm just here playing with plastic, right? Night Shift is awesome. He's a great creator. The thing I appreciate about him, he uses certain products, but he doesn't force those products, right? Like, he'll say what he's using to do what he's doing, but he doesn't necessarily say you can only do this by using this. And that's kind of what I go for here. I don't say you must use this or you must use that. Just here's what I'm using. It works for me. And again, we've discussed this before. I feel that there's a certain sorry, I'm getting sidetracked while I'm looking for parts. I need the eye sprues. Okay. There's a certain amount of that product whoring going on. Like, you're not a good modeler unless you use X, Y, and Z. And I don't like that. I don't want that. And I want to show that there's more to the hobby than just Warhammer miniatures as well. These are handed, so which one did I just cut off? I1 and I5. Like, the next thing... I'm really... Like, with Gourai and Camilla, they're more the gunpla level of things. Once they're done, I want to get back on to finish up Machine and Krieger stuff. I've been starting and stopping way too many things lately, and that's also causing some of my discontent. I just can't stay focused, it feels like, lately. Well, it's not only that. Like, Night Shift I appreciate greatly because of how he does his stuff. You know? Do I expect him to come to my channel and say thank you? Fuck no. But at the same time, he is a positive to the hobby. What I don't like are the people out there that are like, this kit's 40 years old. This kit's shit. Don't build it. What's wrong with it? You're not telling me what's wrong with it. You're just telling me its age. And how long ago do you think 40 years was? You know? Yeah, so I like that he breaks it down by, he starts the vehicle, then he does the base, and there's still a lot of advanced techniques that he does. You're not wrong. He does explain them right, but like when he gets into the foam stuff, that's where I get lost. I want to kind of get into that more myself. And I know where he lives, the brand is different. I think for a lot of the stuff he's using the high density insulation foam that you can buy at like Home Depot and stuff. But it would be more enjoyable if people that did that stuff would be a bit more explanatory in like what the foam is outside of their using it. That's where a lot of the issues come with trying stuff like that for anybody, not just even for me. So I rely on like older methods like what Shep Payne would use. I3, 2, and 4. Aztec Dummy is good. There's... I kind of tread lightly around sci-fi modelers and things like that. There's... Nobody's perfect, right? I have those I like to enjoy. I have those I don't like to watch. And certain personality types grate on me. Not that the person's doing anything wrong. Cutter. Yeah, the types are a big factor. Like, I'd like to know what the thinner foam he uses for, like, the walls are. Because it's not just your standard pink insulation foam. And it's definitely not styrofoam. Bless you, Frankie. But it could be more of a cultural thing that, you know, it's... How do I explain this without sounding like an asshole myself? Or do I just go full asshole and let the cards land where they will? I don't like being an asshole. That's all. So I'll just stay quiet about that. But there's certain people I'll watch, certain people I won't. Night Shift is one of them, you know. It is. And then you got other materials that are even harder, like balsa foam. It's kind of like the old jelly tongue wood, but foam. Like if somebody made a dense brick out of expanding foam. But it wasn't as foamy, it was more solid, more grainy. I just. I think what I'm trying to say is there's very few people that do this and talk to people that keep it at a basic modeling level, right? It's always, okay, start out with this, then break out your $200 worth of MIG things and start slopping them all over the model. It's like, wait, what? Put the brakes on. We went from base painting to MIG stuff. Where's the in-between? There's no in-between. And I say MIG stuff generically, as in like pigments and powders and wet effects and crackle paint and this and that. You know, it doesn't allow for the assimilation of information for you to grow your skills. Or they'll go from that and they'll be like, oh, I weathered this with MIG powders and stuff, and I'm not going to tell you how I did it, I just did it. I'm not going to show you either. Well, great, now I'm stuck. And every video that you try and find where someone tries to explain that stuff is an hour-long video that spends 5 minutes on the actual steps, but you're so brain damaged by the time you get to the steps from the babbling that you're like, okay, what did I miss here? I feel like I was asleep for half this. Sometimes I feel like watching these videos and the cast of the Holy Grail is going to pop out from behind me and go, get on with it! But when I leave Twitch, I'm just going to shut the channel down. I know it's going to hit my subs and stuff like that, but not everybody knows, and I think there's a couple people out there that just let things auto-renew. So I think just removing the channel completely would be best overall, so that way the auto-subs stop. Or at least turn it off and put it into hiding in case things change. But yeah, I don't feel like I belong there anymore. And maybe that's part of growing too. I don't know. So these, yeah, I'm going to be painting her up. I painted all this even though it doesn't look like it. So I think we're going to paint her to match up a little bit more. I just want to get everything assembled so I can get rid of the box. We're most of the way there. I'll probably just make today's stream about building her. Maybe Friday we'll finish Camilla. Sunday we'll do paint on her, because that'll give me time to still can't speak. that will give me time in the intervening days to kind of break her down parts-wise. Oh yeah, and that's just it, because there's so many people that go on the rage, like, they'll follow the hype wagon. Like, look at, okay, it was a couple months ago. It was last year they got really big. You might remember seeing it, you might not. Suddenly these modeling stencils, M-O-T-T-L-E, not modeling as in model building, mottling stencils came up. Here, you can diversify the opacity of your finish by laying down your underlayer with these stencils. Yeah, or you could just vary how you flick your airbrush. I wish I had the wherewithal to think ahead on model building so much that I could make a useless product that I could sell for 40 bucks a pop. But I'd rather show you guys how you can do it for free or cheap and easily than how you have to buy the special tool. And like you said, with the doing the marble effect with the baby wipes, that's not a new trick. It's actually quite old. But it's one that a lot of people don't know about. And like you said, someone will try and sell you a stencil to do it when a $5 pack of baby wipes will last you your life doing it. And we also have different styles. Like, I noticed when Night Shift paints, he tries to build in... I'm glad I was able to pass on something that worked cool for you. But, like, just to show a difference in painting style, Night Shift will build in kind of the uneven texture by how he goes... You've seen how he uses his airbrush and does little layers at a time. In the end, it works, and it's pretty solid looking. I think the other way. I go for, all right, let's get this thing to how it looked when it rolled off the floor first. That way all the paint's on, all the decals are on, all the metal's bright, tools are there, everything's there, and it looks like it did when it was loaded onto the truck or the trailer or the tank or the train, right? And sent to the front. And then as I do my weathering, I think of how crap accumulates on it. It's like, okay, I know the dust builds up on the back because of how the dust rises when the thing moves. And here's where the crew climbs, so that's where the, you know, the chips are going to be, from the black paint to the green paint. Say we're doing a British tank, a modern one. So you want to have more chips on the black showing green through, and then you want to do some different chips on the green just to show where the wear is. And it just kind of all snowballs from there. And you want to do some dusting to fade it, then you can do the chipping to show the fresh scratch and the fading. You know, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can go about it. No one way is perfect, but I think more linearly, and he thinks more backward, if that made any sense at all. Okay, so G-sprues again. It's almost the similar kind of thing, model student. What we were talking about was using baby wipes. But yeah, if you get like a thin scrubby pad, pull that apart, it's the same as those little mottle pattern stencils, right? But at the same time, a lot of these techniques that I'm seeing are also kind of faddish. More that, oh, that looks cool, I'm surprised I didn't think of it before, but then when you start doing it, it's like, okay, this is an extra step that I really didn't think about before, too. So it's like, if I want to model something, so what we're talking about is using a baby wipe, or just a dude wipe. Stretch it apart like it's more spiderwebbish, and then you can use that for marble effect. Same thing with your stretched out scrubby pad. But when you think about it, if you want to get that same surface, I can actually demonstrate that because I got to finish up the decals on it. Maybe I'll do that after stream. Back during the lockdowns, when I was doing this full time to kill boredom more than anything else, I was working on the AMK F14. I can show you how to get a similar modeled effect without having to do 3 hours of airbrushing like this at low pressure through stencils, moving the stencils, smearing paint, getting paint all over the stencil. That's the other thing people don't think about when they do that is stencil accumulates paint. You have to clean stencil. It's neat idea. Okay for a little bit, but overall it feels like extra work. Alright, no worries. But that way I can show you the new F14 look before I go doing it too. And you can tell me what you think about my way of doing it versus the other. There. So if I'm right, this part should be paintable by itself, because I'll need to go through and evaluate certain parts for seams and stuff like that, like her hair. I did this earlier on stream. Unlike this one, the little one, you can't get the hair off separately. This one I can. So that means I can fill that seam and paint her hair separately. This goes here. Drop. 4 and 6. So the upper legs are the same, lower legs are the same, left and right, until we get to down low. Okay. I'm sorry about earlier, Aries. I didn't mean to interrupt if you were in the middle of something. Just, that meme of the guy just screaming, "What the fuck?" Yeah, that was me. Well, not your fault. We tested everything, and it worked fine that one time, and we thought, okay, we're good to go. And then computers computered, and computers did what they did to me all the time. So, yeah. I just had to stop for a minute and think, okay, I can't be doing this. Dude's at work. Just because it's my day off doesn't mean it's his. To pull my head out of my ass, basically. So, hands. F and G. FNG. Fucking new guy. G11. Excuse me. Where are my tweezers? There they are. Yeah, this stream's running a little long because I at least wanted to finish assembly today. And it's had its ups and downs. Not a bad thing. F sprue. 10. There we go. I'm thinking Alex has gone to bed because it's well past time for him over there. If he said he was leaving, I'm sorry I missed it. Okay. There's one. Build the other one. Drop something again. Yay. I've been dropping a lot of things this stream, actually. But Fenrir was here for a bit earlier. So at first I thought this was based off the version Kai, which is the second version of Gourai. This isn't. It's the initial one that was released. Version Kai just has some shape and detail differences. Same character. Thought I heard something. Make sure I don't have a cat sneaking up behind me. Oh, I did hear something. It was Frankie licking. How can I hear that over my headphones? You're loud when you clean, you know that? Drop. I don't even need it. I'm not going to pick it up. I'll get it later. Can you say something else, Eddies? Really? You smartass. So what's everybody's plan for tonight? Actually, what time is it? It's 4:20. 4:20. No. You can laugh at that. Interesting that there is a stop dot on the back of these, but there's no stop. Kind of like a ratchet joint, how it's got the little indentations for clicking. So obviously this is an all new toolkit due to the size. Most of it is not exactly the same parts breakdown as the original. There's some minor differences, but essentially they did just shoot the enlarging ray at it and call it good. That's upside down. But this is why I want to paint it. Some stress marks there from where I was pushing it together. E-sprues. Actually, if this is all that's on here, let's get this sprue off the desk. But this is one place where, like, a part separation would have helped, was with the knife blade. This is exactly like the original in terms of how it's done. But I've tried being more active with like the shorts and stuff too. I don't know. For those of you who do doom scroll on YouTube before bed, are the shorts showing up in your feed at all, or are they just not coming through? Just so I know what's going on out there, and it might help me figure out if doing like a periodic promotional. Hi, Allie. What are you doing? Good girl. Let me make a space for you, okay? That was the microphone. That's the camera, yep. I can't see what I'm doing, girl. Like, you're right where I need to see. Well, this is now turned into a cat stream. So, Allie, if I make a space, will you move into it? Or do you have to be front and center of attention? Come on. Here. Come on, girl. Come on, crazy stinky. Yeah. You and your little snout. And your almost permanent grumpy face. Yeah, you got permanent grumpy face. Yeah. Big stretch. Lie down. Yep, lie down here. Yep, you're still close enough for pettings, but you're not in my way, okay? I know, you don't like being told what to do. I know. Well, are we going to behave? Or do I need to put you on the floor? Can I continue? No. I just don't want her getting hurt by an X-Acto knife or something, you know? That's fine. Right there for you. I know what we can do. Here. Here. Come on. Come here. Come on. There we go. We have given her the best tool we have. Bless you. She has box. She is happy. $13, $3, $15, $9. Bless you. Looks like for now everybody's on Twitch, though. I think next VA day I'll use a little of my money to do a promotional on YouTube, see what that does. I haven't heard anything like bad, but I haven't heard anything good either. I just want to be. I just want to know if it's a waste of money or not. Like, am I going to get a return for that? And I don't mean a monetary return, but am I going to notice something that's equivalent to what I'm spending or not? I think that's how some of these YouTubers are getting out there, though, is they'll get like $1,000 and just do promotionals on all their shorts and in their videos. And that's why you get these floods of like the same influencer for a week or two, and then they disappear again. It's got to be what it is. I wonder if they'll do the subtypes of these kits, like how they have the Type 10 version, where she's got the Japanese Grande self-defense force markings, and she's fitted out more like a Type 10 tank, or Type 10 tank. They're probably just doing a wait and see to see how well these are. Wow, brain poop. They want to see how well these are bought before they do that, I think. So far, I like it. I wish it had just a few more parts like the original, in that it feels kind of empty. Especially seeing they're going to be releasing Stylet with all her armor and weapons, and they couldn't even include the handheld cannon for either version of this one. So seeing that one coming kind of feels like a letdown, unless they plan on releasing more for these later. If I do another one, it's probably going to be Stylet, though. Architect, it's a neat character, but without her giant, you know, pummeling weapons, it just doesn't seem right. Oh, dude, tell me about it. We broke 100 here yesterday. There's that, and that goes there. Okay. Get the other one. Ow. Yeah, Allie decided to join us, so I gave her her box. She was adamant at being up here. It actually peaked at 103 yesterday. I've been in worse, but doesn't mean I still like it. Are you trying to be cute, girl, huh? She's just trying to be cute. Yeah. Maybe we can do biddies for kitties or something, I don't know. It's hard to be cute when you're shaped like a potato. Yeah. There's a reason your mommy gave you the nickname Wide Loaf. Or if I start doing merch, should I put like a cartoon picture of her loafing on the shirt and just have Wide Loaf? What? What was that look for? That was an Angie look. Wow. You look like you wanted to attack Frankie. He's just sleeping. Excuse me. Why does it feel like something's missing? I know I'm not missing a sprue, but it feels like there's something missing from her shins. It might be because I'm used to seeing the version Kai, which has the ankle armor, and this doesn't. C12 and 5? I do like that the parts on this are marked left and right so you can't get them backwards. for the inner parts. You done? Excuse me again. Alright, then polycap A, which is this. And C9 and 10. Bless you. What was that? J8. Excuse me. No, she's recovering from a kitty cold she's had the past week. So this goes here. There. I think the main reason they may not have announced a Hresvelger version of this yet is because that kit requires radically different parts, where all the ones they're releasing so far are based on this original design for like the torso and leg design and all that. So they'll probably get what they can out of this one first and then do the next one. A13, H8, A7. Yeah, sorry if this is a little boring. It's all just basic construction stuff. I'll probably just do minimal seam cleanup off stream, get the parts broken down as best I can, and get it ready for painting on Monday. I'm thinking... Wait, where did H? H? No, you're G. Yeah, you're H. Okay. I'm thinking Friday. We'll definitely be finishing up Camilla. I was hoping for faster progress on this, but it's okay. Kind of need to push my stream time limit anyway. I've been underperforming a lot recently with shorter streams. I need to get back up there into longer ones. Just need to find that right balance between doing this and being terminally online. Oh wait, I've got this backwards, that's why. Do I? Yeah, I do. No, I had it right, then why aren't you fitting? But it fits like this. Or did it just totally tell me to get the wrong part? It's saying it goes in like this. But it doesn't. Help me understand. Geez, girl, you keep cleaning like that, you're gonna get my stream age restricted. They already tried that with the bunny girl. Okay, I had this fitting once. Why not now? This fits in like this. No. Sorry, I'm getting all twisted around here. That's like that. This goes like this. They're telling me this lines up like this, but it doesn't fit in the slide. Now it does. I'll just stop being stupid one day. I don't know when. One day. Maybe I should see if anyone's made files for this gun or the older one. Scale them up and print them. I'll have to look. Because it would just be a 100% upscale, wouldn't it? The joints feel good. Something this size, you'd almost want polycaps on it, though, just for that little extra tension. But overall, they're alright. Move it too much, it'll start to loosen up. Or, I'm actually, maybe I missed out on it. I might be able to print out some Nikkei weapons for this. Give her a niece's grenade launcher or Roppy's machine gun. I'm surprised they haven't done a crossover for frame arms yet. Or if they have, I missed out on it. Good Lord, Cat. How filthy are you? And you sleep next to me at night? So like when I go to do the seam on this, I'll be able to slide these gray parts out. I kind of remember the one I did back in 20 for this one. We'll just see what I have to do. We're getting near the end, minus the decals. Are you okay? What are you... What are you doing? Sneezing? Sharting? Farting? I don't know. Bless you. Crazy cat. So far, though, as far as I can tell, this is the only one from the series that's released. The next two are going to be Innocentia and Architect. Wow, you fit first try. I think Stylet's not out until September. But Innocentia and Architect are due out like now. Let me see real quick. If you guys want me to do more of these, we can figure something out. Yeah, Architects due out in November. Innocentia should be out now, and then they're also doing Magatsuki, some kind of like samurai looking character. That's December. And then Stylet, September. So yeah, we'll probably aim the next one for September and get Stylet. Come on, bend back. There we go. Alright. We're about to get another sprue down. Almost there. Ow. Yeah, there's going to be some minor seam filling and gluing. they build almost like a Gundam kit, a bit more simplified. I've seen Gundam kits kind of overcomplicate some things. Okay, and then H2. You got the sneezies again, don't you, girl? She's sitting over here blepping. And the seam fillings just to do things like seams on the cannon barrel, legs, some of the arm parts, just to get rid of the really bulky seams. There's that one. I'm also getting hungry. So we are definitely near the end regardless. H11 and 1. So yeah, let me know if you want to see more of the larger frame arms kits. Put in the comments what you'd like to see more of. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to do some parting line and mold seam cleanup. Okay, there's that. And this can go either way. We'll go this side. Alright. So I'll put up a short with her tonight just to show where it is now. And then maybe figure out how to edit out something with the go from the little one to the bigger one. And where are they? There they are. Got an extra wrist. These are adapters because it's got 5mm plugs on it, and you can knock these down for the 3mm system for the modeling support goods or for the stands. I'll probably use them to fill the holes that are here, just so they look less obtrusive. So, yeah, that's it for today. Not bad for a little 4-hour build. Sorry if we started out a little ranty, but thank you everybody for coming by. And thank you for your support in my future endeavors, switching over to YouTube and Kick. trying to make it work anyway. So if you're not subbed on either, be sure you head on over. Should be the same channel name. You can sub on YouTube, follow on Kick. Kick is basically like Twitch, but a bit more Wild West, I think. But people are actually held accountable too, so. But yeah, I'm gonna go for the night. Go get something to eat, play with the kitty cats, watch a movie or something. Actually, no, I have a dethatcher to build. And then once the sun starts setting, I gotta dethatch the front yard and run the sprinklers. So that's what I'll be doing. But y'all take it easy, have a good night, and